Happy Thursday, friends. How is everybody's week treating you? I am ready to tackle this reading stack. I'm officially in single digits, which is super exciting, honestly. When you start with 13 currently reading books and you're finally in single digits, there's just something about that makes you feel good. But the number is still outlandishly large. Like it's still much too big. We're currently at eight current reads. We could go through them all, but also they're all on. I'm trying to point when like the mirroring with the live. Anyway, they're all on this spinner wheel. Every single sprint, we are going to spin the wheel and I will read that book during that sprint. So I could honestly be like reading a ton of different books today. And I do want to apologize for anybody who was here last week when we did reading stack rescue sprints with my power going out in the middle of sprints. Like it was just like in the middle of sprints. So, is it less? I have read a book since. So yes. Yes. But did I add a book in? I'm trying to think if I actually am technically. I started with 11, got down to 10, got down to 9. Yes. I have finished. I finished one this morning, but I couldn't remember if I had started another one. No. Yes. Okay. It's chaos over here. So yes, I am one less than I was at the end of the vlog, which the vlog went out yesterday. I did pin it if anybody wants to see kind of like how we got to this point. You can see it in the vlog. But yeah, we're gonna go for quite some time today. I think I don't really have like a set time of like when I'm gonna be done sprinting. I'm just gonna sprint for as long as I want to. So we could be here for quite a while. The only thing that like I have to be off for is my Bones watch along in 7 hours. So like we could be here for the next 7 hours. Like we could be here a while. If I'm making progress and I'm like having a great time, that's very possible. So we could be doing quite a long set of sprints today just because I really do want to make a good dent in this. And there are a couple of books that if they came up on the spinner wheel, we could get really close to finishing or finishing those books. Hello, Glenda. Hello, Kendra. Need to finish up the mashup today. I think I have about 100 pages left. You've got this, Kendra. Lizzie, you are not even late. I literally just started 2 minutes ago. You're totally on time, and it's so good to see you. Kelly's reading A Crown So Old and Heavy. Amazing. Good morning, Anne. How are you? From Finland. Hello, friend. Trying to finish my last April book, which is Ninth House. Are you loving it? It's okay if you're not loving it. But like also, I love this book and I love this series so very, very much. I gave Ninth House 5 stars. And I was obsessed with it. Read Hellbent, liked it even more, which I don't even know how that's possible. So when this third book comes out later in the year, I'm going to be dropping everything to read it, like dropping everything. And this is actually a good point. How's everybody doing on their April TBRs? How are we doing? I'm excited to dive into my March TBR tomorrow, even though, yes, I do know I'm in the middle of so many books. Should I be starting more? I got to read the March TBR or the May TBR. Good morning, Jen. Just starting work here. Also, if I say, because I did this the other night, I just did it now, where I switched March and May, I'm going to do that a million times because I've done it so many times on sprints lately that I'm getting them mixed up. I saw that I saw that you were reading this in the Discord. I don't think I knew that you finished it. 4.5 stars. Lovely. Hello, Drew. How are you? Or sorry, not Drew. Draw Addict. Hello. Read what is in front of me. I'm sorry it's been a long week. Happy to be reading with you all. We're happy to have you. Going to be reading Madeline. Just finished City of Blades. It's in my stack. It's right here. It's right here. I'm in the middle of it. It's in the currently reading stack. It could come up on the spinner wheel today. I am 6 chapters in, so I'm not very far. So I also need to get through this and catch up on the chats as well, Julia. What did you think of it though? Like, what was your star rating? Can you let me know? Because I'm just like curious. And obviously, I won't get to the later parts of the Discord chat for quite a minute. I am literally inviting chaos. And you know what? I feel like chaos is exactly what we need sometimes. Sometimes it's just fun to lean into the chaos. And I feel like it's really fun for you all because you can just watch my chaos, but like not have to necessarily have chaos descend upon you. You know what I mean? Reading Our Last Echoes by Kate Alice Marshall and have to do some homework. Reading the reading list on page 51. Hi, Beck. How are you? Ooh, Daughter of Crows. Nice. No worries. I didn't even notice. Didn't even notice. Hello. Good morning. Reading The Poisoned Daughter. Lovely. Just started Wild Eyes. Oh, my comments did a weird thing. Hold on. Sorry, friends. I literally just got skipped up so far and I have no idea why. Gonna do a bit of work closing out my April in my reading journal. Nice. I feel like journaling is such like a nice, quiet activity. Listening to The Year of the Myrrh. Good morning, Moore. How are you? Currently drinking coffee. Think I'm going to work on my book journal. It looks like that's a common theme. It is, you know what, end of the month, right? It's time to finish those spreads. Oh, I'm sorry you have a medical appointment. I actually just did my May like family calendar. And we have a few of these as well on the calendar. And I was like, oh, I don't want to do these, but you know what? Necessary. But I hope it goes well and we will be here when you get back. Need to start my next book, deciding between Green and Deadly Things. Ooh, I think you should do your book club book for Dungeon Crawl Carl. Just because, you know, it's always good to get those mandatory reads out of the way. This is okay. It makes me sad, but it's okay because not everybody's going to like the same books. I get it. I understand. Alicia, how are you? Did I? In the, which one? Because I didn't even notice when I edited it. That's hilarious. Because I would have fixed it in editing had I noticed. I do it. It's just because it's the M's and they're kind of back to back. Like, because when you're in April, you just had March, you're just about to have May. So they're so close together. I'm probably going to do it again in June and July. Like I'll be getting those mixed up all the time too. Hello, Kelly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You know what? I was saying this the other day is like, I'm excited for all the books in my reading stack. Like I don't want to DNF any of them. I want to finish them. However, I obviously started with 13 and I started with the ones I was the most excited about going back into. So now there is a significant amount that, not all of them, there is a couple that I think I'm going to give 4 stars to, but there is a significant amount that are 3-star reads. And there's just something about having a big pile of 3-star reads that just isn't as exciting. You know what I mean? It's just not. I feel this because that's how I got into this. That's how I got into this state of 13 currently reading books. I'm glad you're enjoying it more and more as it goes on, hoping to finish it this weekend. Honestly, that makes sense to me because the pace really picks up as you go through the book. So I get why you would enjoy it at like more as you go through. But this is exactly how I got here. I got in a reading slump. Nothing sounded good, but like I'd start a book and I would lose interest so quickly. And I start another book, lose interest, start another book, lose interest. And now here we are. But you know what? My reading slump has given us these chaos sprints. So like, that's fine. I want to read this. I need to read more Catherine Cowles now that I've read all the missing pieces because I really did enjoy that. Need to sit and think a bit before finalizing my rating. Think overall it was better than City of Stairs. That's interesting because I was saying that I feel like the opposite. Again, I'm only 6 chapters in, so like could change my mind. But for me right now, I liked the first book better. However, I do feel like this one is a little bit more like military leaning, which I think might be why I prefer political fantasy versus military fantasy. And I feel like this is more military just because of who we're following. Hello, so glad you could join us today reading Their Vicious Darlings Before Tomorrow. I'm behind on my spring TBR. You got this. You know what? TBRs, they're only kind of sort of meant to be followed, right? Like only kind of sort of. 29 books. You're gonna do it. 30 and 30. You've got it. You've got it. You got this. You got this. Hi, Bree. How are you? Literally, I was just about to ask this. I was like, how are you doing? Oh no. Not a headache and migraine for 2 days. I mean, you were gone and busy for 2 weeks, right? Like that's a lot. Didn't even notice. And you know what? I watched that clip multiple times, still didn't notice. Nope, didn't even notice. It's fine. Y'all knew what I meant. 15, amazing. Technically, if I finish my nonfiction day, it'll be 16, but 16 doesn't line up in the journal. So we'll move that one to May. Nobody need know. Ooh, the housemaid is watching. Nice. Katie, how are you? Oh no, that's awful. What's awful? What was I talking about? Is it my pile of 3 stars? Because kind of. Kind of, sort of. There are 2 books in here that are 4-star reads. There's 2. 2 I'm very excited to get into. The rest are just kind of like, eh. But there are a few that I'm like still really early days in, like City of Blades. So like realistically, even though right now it's feeling 3-star, it could change because I barely read any of the book. So there's still possibilities for something to get better. Nina, did I say hello? I meant to. Hello, Quinny. Trying to finish up yesteryear today. Really loving it. I'm glad you're loving your book. It is like the moment of the slump. So many of us are in a slump. I'm wondering if it's like a little bit of the weather, to be honest, because winter was like so gross and hard for most of us. And like spring still really hasn't sprung here. Like we have like one nice day and then like 5 cold days. So like I'm still not getting the sun. I'm not getting the vitamin D I need. It's still like right now, the world is gray. It's gloomy. It's gross. And I feel like that's affecting my reading a little bit, or at least it was. Reading She Waits Where Shadows Gather and halfway through hoping to complete it today. You've got this. They are literally a suggestion and a guideline. 100%. Trying to fit in one last book for 30 and 30 to hit a good round of 50. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, exactly. You can always just pick up like a graphic novel or a manga just to like hit your goal 100%, or like a little novella. Read 7 books this month. It's been my best reading month this year. So hopefully that means I'm out of the slump before Tar. I'm sending you those vibes because we cannot be going into Tar with a reading slump. Like the Amazing Readathon cannot be happening in the middle of a reading slump. By the way, if anyone here doesn't know what the Amazing Readathon is, you should. It's hosted by Bree, who, let me scroll back up and click Bree's comment so you can see the lovely 4 Paws in a Books that is Bree. I don't know when the announcement's going live, but it happens in June. So look forward to it. It's an Amazing Readathon, the Amazing Readathon. Hello, how are you? What are you reading or doing today? Always reading at least 10 books across all genres. Fair. It's not, I love that for you. I have been overwhelmed by it. I'm a 2 or 3 at a time. So this 13 was a lot for me. But like, here's the thing with reading is there's no rules. So if that's what works for you, I love that for you. Oh, I wish. I wish. I feel like the early 20s. Oh, wait. You mean Celsius, right? Because if this is Fahrenheit, that's different. That's cold. Do you mean Fahrenheit? For a second, I thought this was Celsius, and then I'm like, wait, you might mean Fahrenheit, and that might be freezing. Read so many good books lately. I love this for you because it makes it easier to like keep reading when you're finding like amazing book after amazing book after amazing book. That's but also fair. This is me all the time though. Like I want to read because the books are good, but like deciding what to read, I'm like that with anything though. I am horrible with decisions, hence the spinner wheel of chaos because I don't like to make decisions ever. I don't like to make decisions about anything. It's just not my vibe. Hi, Temmie. Reading this story might save your life and enjoying it so far. I want it. I want it. 18 degrees is like the perfect temperature. I actually was even saying today to my mom, I was like, the perfect temperature for me is like 18 to 23. That's the sweet spot. After that, it's getting too hot. So that's the sweet spot. I need to eventually read this book. I own it. It's where is it? It's probably like right behind me. It is. It's right there. I need to eventually read this, especially now that the sequel's coming out. Because doesn't the sequel come out in like a couple weeks? Isn't that happening? Weirdly warm, 15 degrees. I'll take it. Now it's cold and you've had snow. This is literally what's happening to me is I will have like one nice day and then freezing. Today it's supposed to rain. And technically we need the rain, but it's going to be like that cold rain that like when it hits you, you're being pelted by the ice. Oh no. No, no, no. You can keep that then. 20 Celsius, beautiful. 20 Fahrenheit, frigid. Frigid. It's totally the weather. And I am also so over it. Bree's like, I did not do that math. I did not. 64. Okay, let me see what Bree just said 18 Celsius was. Okay, so see, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Now I'm just going to use Bree's conversion as a baseline for me to know what Fahrenheit is because again, I'm Canadian. I don't understand the Fahrenheit system. It doesn't make sense to me, but you know what? The Celsius system doesn't make sense to all of you. So it's fair. Yeah, I was going to say it comes out like so soon. I know the sequel comes out and I still haven't read the first book. So I'm not going to buy the sequel until I read the first book and know that I like it. But like, I really don't know when I'm going to be picking up that book. It's one of those things of like, I have no intention of picking up Silver Elite anytime soon. But like, if I roll Timmy's, for June and it's like read Silver Elite, I could be picking it up tomorrow. That's the thing, right? literally, literally, it still needs to be inside because those plants will not survive. No 20 Fahrenheit. Those poor plants will be like, excuse me, no. And I also love watching Bethany's progress. It's so fun. I think I'm gonna like it too. You know what? Sometimes you just gotta, forget about the world ending event, maybe. That might bother me too. It depends on the context. I'll have to see once I read it. Rain and thunderstorms for the past week. They're supposed to start again on Tuesday. See, no, I don't want the thunder or the lightning. No, no. I don't even really want the rain, but like I just know how fast we can get into forest fire season here. So like I will never complain about rain, but it is the cold rain. I'd rather a warm rain. You know what I mean? Temperature twin, because my sweet spot, it's the best spot. It's the best one. I don't even know what it is today. It's cold though. I'll tell you that right now. 8 degrees Celsius and gray. Not a stitch of sun anywhere to be seen. Not a stitch. I feel like this is just like Canada in a nutshell though. Like our weather be weird. So see, this is what I'm saying. Is like I have no intention, but also outside of Timmy's, Bree, the chaos will be brung during June in the Amazing Readathon. And I don't even know what I'm going to be reading in June because I just know there's only so many plans that can be made when it's Amazing Readathon month. It's just kind of like, you know what? I could read anything in June. You just never know. That makes sense. That does make sense. Well, that means you just know both. This is annoying. We get this too sometimes where it's like it looks gorgeous and you go outside and the wind is still a northern wind. Because again, I'm in Canada, I live up north, and that wind is coming from the Arctic Circle. And it is like hit you with like stab you with a knife cold wind, but it's bright sun. It's very annoying. Same. I also cannot wait for the Amazing Readathon. Ooh, okay. Okay. So what you're saying is when I roll Timmy's, put on Silver Elite. And that's what I'm getting from this conversation. Which, you know what? It's fine. This is true. I just hate power outages so much. As evidenced by last week when I was literally in the middle of sprints on a sunny day, might I add, when I descended into darkness on sprints. And truly, I went back and watched those. Meme worthy. Meme worthy, friends. If you want a good laugh, watch the last few minutes of last week's sprints. Because you see me just here, I was ordering my lunch on my Uber app. And all of a sudden I was in darkness. Bright sun outside. There was absolutely no reason. There was absolutely no reason for it. But that's okay. Everyone, take note. Okay, I need to see what I'm going to be reading. We need to spin the wheel. We need to spin the wheel and see what I'm going to be reading for this first sprint, and then we're going to get into the first sprint. Okay, let's just spin it. Let's just see. Let's just see. I obviously have preferences. I would like this to go a little bit further. I need this, that, I wanted that to go just a tad bit towards Mr. Fixer-Upper because I am really enjoying Mr. Fixer-Upper. A fan finance is not bad. It's currently sitting at a 3-star. It's not bad. And it's a net galley arc. So I do need to get this done. It's fine. This is not bad. It's not a bad thing. But Mr. Fixer-Upper would have been like amazing, you know? I do have slight preferences. I haven't read these either. I know. I haven't read them either. I know. I should just do a whole video of reading all the fantasy romances. People are like, what do you mean you haven't read it? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm glad that you got that. I'm glad that you got that live for yourself, where you just like happened to look up and catch that. It was a time. Okay, friends, we are going to be doing. I know. I have it. I own it. Where's that one? Right there. I have it. Bree, does this work for an Amazing Readathon prompt? You don't have to tell me. Okay, let me switch out. Let's get rid of this. Boop. Let's get a timer. There we go. We've got a timer. We're ready to go. And I will see you all in an hour. Hello, friends. Welcome back. Also, hello. I see that we have so many people that joined during the sprint. I'm just going to say hello, friends. It's so good to see you all. This was just the first sprint, so we have a lot more sprints ahead of us. I was reading a Faye in Finance during that sprint, and I did also just quickly eat lunch while listening to the audiobook because I hadn't had lunch yet. And it's now almost 2:30. So it it was time. But I did get to 39% of the book. So we're almost at the 50% point. So close. And I'm not quite in the middle of chapter 9, but pretty close to the middle of chapter 9. This book it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. My one critique is that the chapter lengths are not consistent. So you'll have a 30-minute chapter, and then the other day I had a chapter that was an hour long. And I know this is technically a fantasy romance because there's fae and there's vampires. So a paranormal romance, I guess, not a contemporary romance, but it's still in the same vein of a contemporary romance. It's in that vein, and I don't think they have any business having hour-long chapters. And I was like, what? Why is that chapter so long? Luckily, none of the chapters I got today were that long. And I think I read 3. But I was like, why? Why? Which is not a problem. I just don't necessarily want chapters that long. And I have a few books where the chapters are so long. I'm like, why? Why? City of Blades is like that. The chapters are an hour long. And I'm like, no, I don't want that. I want fast chapters. I'm coming out of a slump. Long chapters are not the vibe for right now, but they are the vibe to which the books have. So it's fine. Okay, let me scroll up. Also, hello, friends. Hello. Kelly got to 50%, made lunch, and read a chapter of my book. Nice. What did you have for lunch? I had a flatbread pizza that I had in my fridge. Hi, how are you? Only got to 18% of Daughter of Crows because work is busy. You know what? We have to do the adulting. It is necessary. We would rather not, but it is necessary. Reading The Art of Avoiding Your Werewolf. Okay, I don't know what this is. But that's annoying that the female main character is ruining the romance for you. You know what? Sometimes that happens where the one character I'm like, okay, I kind of like you, but the other I'm like, no, thank you. 50% into the story might save your life. Ate lunch and listened to a little more of Always Only You by Chloe Leese. I really need to eventually try a Chloe Leese book. And I know it's crazy that I haven't. I think it's because the last couple of years, I have not been necessarily in a contemporary romance mood. I've read them, and I read a few every year, maybe 20, 25 a year, which is still a lot. But the last couple of years have been fantasy years and fantasy romance years. I feel like potentially though this year could end up being a romance year just because right now I'm not really feeling reading chunky books. The couple of books that are in my reading stack that are chunky, I'm like, oh, I don't want to read those right now just because I think I need, because I'm out of my slump, but newly out of it. And I think I need to be accomplishing things quickly for my brain. You know what I mean? My brain is happiest when I'm able to get through something quickly, and just a chunky book doesn't give you that. So right now I'm just feeling romances and maybe even some thrillers, which I don't remember the last time I was in a thriller mood. I've read some thrillers for various reasons, book clubs, whatever, but to be actually in a thriller mood, it's been a minute. Hi from Alberta. How are you, my fellow Canadian friend? So it's just lunchtime for you. So 3-hour difference. 3-hour difference? Yes, that's math. Time zones. Goodness gracious. Got to 48%. Oh, I'm sorry you're not loving it. That sucks. They're so long. They're They're literally demoralizing. I agree. Like they're just too long. And I'm glad there are chapter breaks. Like thankfully there are moments where you can like put the book down, but it's just too long. They're too long. The first book had the same problem. So I'm assuming this series has that problem. I have The Tainted Cup by Robert Jackson Bennett on my May TBR. And the first thing I did when I got that book in, because it got on Timmy's and I didn't own it yet. So I like ordered a copy. And the first thing I did was check the chapter length because I was like, is it going to be the same? Like, is it long chapters? And I noticed that it's not. And I was like, whew, okay. So he just did long chapters in this series and not in that series. And that like made my life, honestly. Got to 42%. I saw that you were trying to finish your book today. You've got this, Vanessa. Also, hello, Vanessa. Had steak tips and pasta salad. That sounds amazing. Had a hard time getting into reading, but decided to try listening to an audio version at the same time and was finally able to read one whole chapter. Immersion reading, honestly, is my go-to for reading right now. Like, it's just how I prefer to read a book. And I do think it helps when you're struggling to stay focused, which has been my problem as well. Like, it helps you because you're getting it in both ways. You're getting it visually as you read along, but you're getting it auditory as well. And it just helps you kind of keep on the task. Tennille, crossing fingers for you that you do not get interrupted during your lunch. Also, how was your road trip yesterday? Still enjoying the book though, just getting ready. Can't read. Still enjoying the book though, just getting into reading is so difficult right now. I understand. Reading slumps suck because you do want to read, but you can't. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of annoying when like your favorite hobby, at least reading's my favorite hobby, is a struggle, but you don't want it to be. And I'm so glad to be getting out of it because it feels good to be like able to read again. So I hope that you are going to get to where I am soon. Got to 50% of Heart the Lover and only 20 minutes of listening to my 30th book. You've got this. I can't wait to celebrate 30 and 30 with you in the next sprint. 18% into Wild Eyes. 9% into, oh, I shouldn't have even tried. What is this book? I'm not even going to attempt this title because I'm not going to say it right. I know it. And you're not sure how you feel about it. 9% in. Fair. I actually have never read an Ava Reid book. I own two. I own two. Yeah, I own two. I own The Study in Drowning and I own Juniper and Thorn. So I own two, but I haven't read any. Someday. Oh, no. So dear. Surprise asbestos, burnt wiring, and broken things. It's always user error at your work, Tennille. Always. Always the problem. I feel so bad that you are always the one that has to clean up the messes. 37% into my book. Amazing. I've heard such great things. Such great things. And I also love all of these things in contemporary romance. I kind of want my contemporary romances to be a little bit deeper. You know what I mean? I don't mind a fluffy one. Like, I do like those as well, but like my like favorite contemporary romances have a little bit more going on. The name of this book, your reading looks like. Oh, it looks it is a little bit boring, not gonna lie. Yes, you're right. It's fine. I have a NetGalley arc. I want to finish it to like get a NetGalley review in. It's fine. Working and just meeting, so I haven't read yet. We'll be listening to The Adventures of Mina Al-Sarafi. I hope you are enjoying it. Got to 39% into my book. Also drank a coffee. I'm in the middle of the coffee. I am such a slow coffee drinker that it takes me ages. Had second breakfast and now working on Propel water because my medication zaps my electrolytes. Oh, also, thank you for letting me know your name. I really appreciate that. And I will really attempt to remember that Angie is Cover Spines and Pages. Like, I will I will really attempt to stick that in my mind because I like to know everybody's names if they're willing to give them to me. She, you! Oh my goodness. It feels like I haven't seen you in forever. I meant to drop into one of your coloring lives the other day and I just like didn't have time. But I'm sure it was amazing. Besides a bunch of unexpected road closures, detours, and constructions, the road trip went well. I feel like it's that time of year where they're like fixing all the roads. They're fixing all the like potholes and stuff. The main road, it's an obstacle course at this point. There are so many potholes and I'm like, when are they going to come fill these? Like it needs to be filled. Because literally you're like, okay, got to change lanes because there's a big hole in this lane. Like it's a mess. A mess. That time of year. Still working on book journaling, doing calendar spreads by hand. I bet you that is a tedious process, but I bet you it looks amazing once it's done. Oh no. Oh no. I'm a big proponent of a trigger warning. Big proponent. I think it is too. That's why I got it. I think I'm going to love this. You read this and everything you said about it, I was like, yes, 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 yes. And then I saw it at a used bookstore in like really amazing condition and was like, need that. Okay, I'll hold it for spooky season. I have no plans to read it anytime soon. So easily held for spooky season. Oh, perfect. Hello, Sierra. Thank you for letting me know your name. I'm going to star that so that I can try and like really put username and name in my brain. 29% into Choose a Charm, Cozy Witchy Romance. Okay, I need to add this one to my TBR. I need to add this to my TBR because I just read a cozy witchy book, which I'm actually not going to tell you what it is because it's for a surprise video coming out next week. So I'm not going to tell you what it was, but I really liked it. And I am in the middle of, and by in the middle, if this comes up on the spinner wheel, I'll finish it. A Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. So I just feel like I'm currently in my cozy witchy vibe. Like I'm currently wanting cozy witchy vibes. So I'm going to add this to my TBR. Thank you for the recommendation. Maybe it's possible. Because they like to inconvenience people the most possible way, you know? Construction season. It's everywhere. Lane blockages, all the things. Hello, Patricia. How are you? I am doing well. You're reading Red Rising. Oh, I hope you like it. Truly, I have no idea. Honestly, because again, it's not an author that I follow their newer releases because I haven't even read them yet to know if like I want to read the newer stuff. But I have those too. Honestly, I'm living for this book. Like it's so fun. It's one of the books in the list that you will see me so excited if the spinner wheel gives it to me. Mostly because yes, I'll get to finish it. But like I'm just really enjoying the vibe. And I do want to pick up their next book as well because I've heard great things about it. Since we're at the end of the comments though, it is time to figure out. So did I. Okay. It wasn't willpower. I had all plans to finish this yesterday and I woke up to a text message of like life went in a completely different direction yesterday than I planned. I'm not going to go into the details, but I could not pick up a book yesterday. I did not read. I did not touch anything. My life was sent off in a different direction. And that's the only reason I didn't finish it. And it made me so sad. I was like, I'm going to come here on sprints and the Land of Fairy Tales members are going to be like, why the heck didn't you finish that? And it was because I went to bed thinking, oh, I'll wake up the next morning and read it. And then life happened. Y'all know life can happen. And that's exactly what happened. So let's pull up the spinner wheel because I'd like to know what I'm reading in this next sprint. So let's pull it up. We're not reading A Fae in Finance anymore unless it comes up again. Let's spin. Okay, we're going to get a chunky one no matter where this stops. No matter where this stops. All three of those chunky books, Brimstone, The Will of the Many, City of Blades. We were in the chunky section of the spinner wheel, but we did, I believe, get the chunkiest. The chunkiest has been chosen with The Will of the Many. We went as big as we could get with that one. So it's fine. How dare it? How dare we adult and be responsible adults? It's quite rude, actually. But you know what? We're switching books. We're switching books. We're going to do The Will of the Many. Hold on. Before we get into it, let me pull it out and I'll show you where I'm at. Oh, it's at the bottom of my stack because it's like the biggest book. So it's like holding the weight. But I am here. So I'm not even quite 50% of the way through. I am 281 pages in, which is not halfway through because I think it's over 600 pages. Yeah, it is. So I'm going to read the chunky Will of the Many in this sprint, but it's good because we'll make progress. We'll make progress in a very chunky book. And I will see you all in an hour. Welcome back. So during that sprint, I was reading The Will of the Many. I got 48%. And also, Ro, I see that you've asked me how I like The Will of the Many. Also, hi, Ro. Welcome. I am now just over 300 pages, 310 pages. I have one page left in this chapter. And that chapter is chapter 35. So I have one page left in chapter 35. Oh, well, basically 2 pages. I've got like a page and a half. But so at the beginning, I was like, this is good, but I wasn't quite understanding the hype. However, it's going to be a long series. It's quite a dense book. I was willing to like go along with that. And I actually feel like in this last sprint, I'm finally getting to like the real meat of the story. This, I'm going to speak around everything because I'm not, no spoilers here, none at all. But this just kind of stumbled upon something in what I was reading. And if I wonder if you saw my face, but I was like, what is this that Vis has discovered? And I do feel like we're getting to the point where like I'm getting very, very invested in this, which is great because I'm starting to get really hooked. And a lot of people told me that. A lot of people were like, by the middle, by the end, you like are yes. 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 Mm-hmm. That's where I'm at. And I was like, okay. So exactly what everyone told me was when I was going to get obsessed, and like everyone says the ending makes you want to go to book 2. Because actually, had you asked me at the start of that sprint, I would have said I was still unsure about picking up book 2. And I don't want to say for sure I'm going to pick up book 2 until I finish book 1. But I feel like we're getting to that point that I could see why I would pick up book 2, if that makes sense. You really did. You were like, no, you're getting to the good stuff. You're getting to the good stuff. Oh, yeah. If you mean the one at like the kind of like early on in the book, which like catches everybody's attention on Vis, agreed. That is a good scene. You're like, what is happening? You know, there is definitely points in this book where you're like, okay, what's happening? Like who do I trust? Who do I not trust? Every time we see Veritas, who is like the principalist of this school, so he's like the head of the school. In my head, when he starts talking, I just keep picturing Headmaster Charleston from the Gilmore Girls. And I know that's probably not what I should be picturing, but I can't get past it. The way the audiobook narrator narrates his dialogue, it is Headmaster Charleston. That's what I picture. Here we go. That is what I've heard. That is what I've heard from everyone. And I see it. I see it. Honestly, again, I think at the start of this sprint, I would have said, this could end up in a 3-star vibe. And I'm like, no, it could be a 5-star, or not a 5-star. No, it could be a 4-star. Well, it could be a 5-star. I don't know. You know what? I think Tennille has a really good memory, because I don't know if I would have been able to remember that a while after I read it. However, since I just read it, obviously I could confirm. Okay, let me put my book down and let's see how you all did during the spring, because we got into all my thoughts on The Will of the Many, and let's scroll up and see how everybody else did. Hold on, I got to really scroll up, friends. Just give me a second to figure out where the heck that sprint ended off at, because honestly, I'm not sure. Did I star the comment? That would have helped my life. Did I? No. No, I didn't. Finished book 30. 30 and 30. 30 and 30, friends. Let's all celebrate for Hillary, because that's amazing. May reading journal spreads are done. Dry erase calendar for May is done. I did this earlier today. Now for doggy playtime. What a great reward for doing the things. Kendra got about 40 pages left in a book, and the toddler was refusing to take a nap. Life with a toddler. Kendra, are you getting to the age where we start like skipping naps often? Because I feel like I know kids are like, I just don't need a nap every day. But as parents, we're like, but I need the quiet every day. Finish my book with a minute before sprint's ending, trying to figure out what's my rating. Sometimes it's like, I know exactly what my rating is going to be. And then sometimes I need to mull on it. So I understand that. Had to go pick up my son to take him for allergy shots. Sounds good. I plan, as of right now, plan to still be going for at least several hours because I'm having a good time and I'm getting through. I'm making progress. Y'all are here. So like, why not? There's no rush. But if my energy changes, that could happen. But as of right now, got to 57%. Oh, Asana. And read and listened to 3 chapters of Ninth House. It's definitely growing on me. By the end, you are going to need to read Hellbent. That's what I'm going to say. 37% into Wild Eyes, which is chapter 13. Amazing. Had lunch. What did you have for lunch? And walked the dog. Listened to my book a little. 73% into my book and loving it so much. Yes. It's always nice when we're loving our books. 28% into Daughter of Crows. Ended up having dinner. What did you have? And then my brothers and I had a group chat with with my cousin. Oh, that's fun to just have like a little family group chat. That makes sense. And it was a good way to ask me because any other way would have been spoilery, but just by the color, it wasn't. And it really did like make it easy for me to answer the question. Tried and failed to have lunch. Oh no. Oh, I'm glad that your day's almost done and you're basically done. But I'm sorry that you didn't get lunch in because that's unfortunate. Vanessa got some cleaning done. Vanessa, I need you to send the cleaning motivation my way, please. Got to 45%. Didn't work, but working on your TBR for Escape and making a teaser trailer for Amazing. Exciting. Really, she's usually really good with naps, but had a rough sleep last night. See, that's hard. That's hard. So like now you're tired and she's now overtired. So now she doesn't want to nap, but like everybody's tired. Wrote my schedule for May down in my calendar. Found some seeds I started over a month ago sprouting in a baggie with paper towel and planted them. I don't remember what they are. You know what? Now it's just a surprise. I kind of love it. We have so few surprises in life. Sometimes you just have mystery ones like this. 68% into Their Vicious Darlings. So good for a dark romance. The best out of the series so far. Oh, and that makes sense because you literally just read this. And didn't you like actually not that long ago reread The Will of the Many? Or am I thinking incorrectly on that? Because I feel like you might have reread The Will of the Many going into book 2, or maybe I'm wrong, which is very possible that I am wrong. Because a lot of people did, and I could be confusing. But like you said, it was probably like continued in book 2. Yes, you should, because I read them almost back to back. I think I took a month in between. And Hellbent is like, Ninth House is wonderful. 5 stars. Loved it. Hellbent is everything. And then you'll be ready for the new book. Because I think that comes out in September. September? I could be wrong. Do never quote me on book release days. Because I get confused very easily. Too many books that I'm watching coming out all at the same time. But I feel like it comes out in September. Good afternoon, Becky. How are you? Think I need to pick up a new audiobook to help with my cleaning. See, I'm really bad about listening to audiobooks while I'm cleaning. I should, but I don't. Cleaning to me is a like movie, like a comfort movie, like in the background, or music. I think because I just don't want to be cleaning. Like at the end of the day, I just don't want to. So I pair it with something that I really, really love, but also doesn't require my full attention. You know what I'm saying? So usually it's music. Sometimes it'll be booktube. That'll happen sometimes too. I'll take the opportunity, or I'll throw on like the when I was streaming, I decided to restart Criminal Minds. And I watched the first episode of Criminal Minds, and then I started, which I did enjoy, and I probably am due for a rewatch of Criminal Minds, but then I decided to switch to the Taylor Swift Eras documentary, which I've seen before. It was a rewatch of that as well. Oh, have a good night. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. Thought about rereading it, but didn't. I just read it for the first time. Oh, so yeah, didn't really need it if that was when you read it for the first time. Very fair. Maybe that's what I was thinking, is that you read it in November. And I was thinking it was a reread. Very possible. Oh, nice. Afternoon off, did some cleaning, and now ready to read. Do you know what you're reading? Oh, Scooby-Doo. Love that. Like, that's what I mean, is I want to watch things that I loved like years ago. Oh my goodness. Do you want to know the throwback to which I watched? And friends, this is a 90s. I grew up in the 90s. Okay. I grew up in the 90s and I watched it while I cleaned. But for some reason I was scrolling through my streaming services, and this actually wasn't on the streaming service. I had to go find like a version on YouTube to watch. But I saw the old Mary-Kate and Ashley movies on my streaming service, and I decided to watch Winning London. Why? I don't know. Did I have a fabulous time doing so? Yes. Is it a good movie? No. Was it nostalgic and fun? Yes. Anybody else grew up in that era? Just me? Literally, who doesn't have a crush on Spencer Reid? How? You should. You should do it. Because, I mean, the newer Criminal Minds are fine. And they're still good, and I still like them. But, like, the original ones are amazing. I mean, I love them. But they're not, like, great works of art. But, like, they're so fun, you know? Like, I grew up, I've seen them all a bajillion times. Do you know what else is on one of my streaming services? It's one of their really, really old ones. And I'm like, they were just like really small kids. I don't even know if it would hit the same. But like, there was like Billboard Dad. Like, there was so many. So many. I was like, do I just need to rewatch all of them? Maybe. Maybe I do. Oh, yes. Booktube while you're ironing. Booktube while I'm doing dishes. That happens a lot, because then I can like prop it, on the windowsill and watch while I'm doing it. Reading The Vanishing Bookstore for book club. If I'm cleaning, I need to put on something I won't pay attention to. And if I don't put on music, because that's what my parents did when they cleaned. I get you. I'm the same. I don't tend to listen to audiobooks while I'm cleaning, and I don't know why. I just don't. I don't know like who, right? I've never watched this. And I feel like that's a crime. I feel like that's a crime that I've never watched this. I don't know if they're all on YouTube. That's where I got Winning London, because my streaming services didn't have that one. And for some reason, that was the one I wanted to watch. I don't know why. But it literally, I just searched up on YouTube and the whole movie was there. Growing up in the 90s. Yes. I mean, we just had such a great time in the 90s, right? Like, it's a vibe, and the vibe was grand. You know what? Aren't we all as well a Derek Morgan girly? Okay. That cast has some serious crushable people. You know what I mean? Hold on. You do? Jamie, we might need to talk later. Because my streaming service does not have them all, and YouTube doesn't have them all either. Oh, I could sing this whole song. Still now, to this day, if you said, could you sing this song? Yes, I could. 100%. Why can I not remember what I did last night for dinner, but I could sing the entirety of Brother for Sale? The brain. The brain is weird. The brain is strange. The brain is strange. Agreed. 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 And I know. Agreed. I feel like they didn't necessarily like do what all of us wanted, as a collective, as a fandom. It was a full vibe. Full on vibe. He's currently on a soap, isn't he? I can't think of which one. I never watched SWAT either. Again, I know. I know. I know. I don't watch that much TV though. And the thing is, I don't tend to watch new shows that often. I do tend to watch like shows that I've watched before. Oh, Rossi. I was never a Hotch girly because I can't think of him in any other way than Greg from Will and Greg. Not Will and Greg, not Greg. He was Greg, but what show was it? Not Will and Greg. Oh, what show was that? Um, oh, somebody help me. Does anybody remember the show? Dharma and Greg? Is that what it was? Someone help me. Ah, Will. Will. Also someone they did dirty. also someone they did dirty. I mean, I'm okay with someone calling me that, to be honest. You should. It's on YouTube. Just search it. I literally just watched it last week. Thank you, Dharma and Greg. See, that's my brain went here and I was like, no, that's not the right show. It's definitely this one, Dharma and Greg. I was like, it's Greg. He was Greg in Dharma and Greg, which is not the same as Hotch, But like I had seen Dharma and Greg first, so he was more Greg than Hotch for me. I do know. Oh, really? I wonder what series. I didn't know that. Again, Dharma and Greg for me. Dharma and Greg was like, I feel like the early it might have been in the 90s. Honestly, that's an old show. That's an old show. No, you're right on. You're 100% right on with the show. It's definitely Dharma and Greg. I was like, Greg, and then I was like, what is, yes. But I feel like that show was like a long time ago. Like it could have came out in the 90s. It was around the same time and I feel like aired at the exact same time. And I'm going to call out another old show that was also fabulous for itself and its time is The Guy and a Girl in a Pizza Place. Very young Ryan Reynolds. Hold on. Yeah, this one. I don't think so. I don't think I have. 100 sames. Oh, probably. But like it at the time, loved it. 100%. Like the iconic one, right? I feel like we all did. Two what it was it Two of a Kind? That was the TV show. And then they have the movie. What is it called? Shoot. Where they're not actually related and they switch places and she's like rich and they meet at like a camp. 1997. Goodness gracious. I feel like it did for so many people. Like, there were some good shows. Also, like, the difference between TV now and the difference between TV in the 90s was like you had to show up when it was on or you didn't get to see it. There was no like recording. There was no like, hey, set my DVR. Like, no, you had to set your calendar and your alarm and you had to be there. Thank you. That's the one. Thank you so much. For some reason, my brain could not come up with it. but that's exactly what I want. I was an indoor girl as well. That just I feel like as readers, that's not shocking information that we were indoor girls, you know? That can't be shocking that I was an indoor girl. Could not be me being outside. Okay, let's dive in to the spinner wheel. Let's see. Let's see what I'm going to have to read in this next sprint. I feel like The Will of the Many was actually a really good one. Okay. We're going, you know what? It's basically cold outside. So let's read a Christmas book. Okay? Let's do it. Let's read a Christmas book. I'm going to need you oh, thank you. Bye, Annika. But I'm going to need you to send me what book this is. What book series this is. I need more information. Pretty please. Okay, so let me grab the book and tell you where I'm at, and then we're going to get into the sprint, friends. I am reading Some Like It Cold by Elle McNichol, maybe. This was a Patreon pick for February, I think. That seems to make sense to me. I am at the start of, it doesn't have chapter titles. It has Act 1, Scene 10. So that would make me see, I think they've all been Act 1, so I must be on chapter 10. That makes the most sense. My only problem with this book is it's YA. And YA romances are not necessarily something that I currently read a lot of. But I still want to read it. I still want to continue it. It is also kind of like off season now at this point. It is a winter book. So I would like to get it done. But I'm not that far through it. So let us get into we're all like, we need them. We need the information. Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm gonna make a currently reading graphic for this book because I don't have one. And I should actually pull up the timer. That would be of use because how we're gonna sprint without a timer is truly, I don't know. But I will see you all in an hour. Hi, friends. We are back and I'm still here. Hello, Caitlin. How are you? I'm not done yet. We're at least gonna do one more. And then we'll see what time it is, how I'm feeling, but we're gonna at least do one more because I feel like we're in a vibe. We're in a vibe, we're getting the books done. I'm making the progress. So in that sprint, I read Some Like It Cold, and it's it's a good book, don't get me wrong. It's just very YA. And I'm just not in a place for YA romance any longer. So that's my only critique, which is not really a critique because it is a YA book that is YA. Like, that's not a critique. It's just like not currently the vibe I want. But I did get to 43% of the book. And I'm in the middle, like, and I mean basically the exact middle of chapter 15. So there we go. We're not that far from getting to the 50% point. I feel like that's the books that have been coming up on the spinner wheel are ones that, like, I'm not actually like, there's some that I'm like very close to finishing. The ones we've gotten today are not those books. They're the ones that I was like in the 20, 30, maybe 40% ish. And they're each getting like closer to 50%. Like, we got really close to the 50% point of The Will of the Many. We're not far off of this. I forget the percentage I said for fan finance. We 39% in that. So like we're getting these books that I wasn't necessarily close to done, close to the halfway point, which is not, you know what? I'm quite happy with that. That's not bad. So let me throw that in the pile. I will take this into account. I I will. I will. I'm just thinking I have a live show in 3 hours. So that's my only concern. I'm trying to do another, but if the sprint math works out and I can get in another one before my live show, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to it. It just depends on how long we chat, really. Okay. Let me scroll up and see how you all did though, because that's the most important part, honestly. Spent that sprint putting together my TBRs for Escape and Kooky. That's how it's KU Kindle Mayhem, but I think it's Kooky. So I can film a video tonight now onto a work project and more audio. Went for a walk, got to 56% of Game On and 67% of All Roads Lead Here. Speaking of that book, I own that book. It's right down there. I don't think you can see it because I'm like in front of it and I can't really like zip out of the way. But someday I will read that. Are you enjoying it? 2.5 hours left of work. Read 2 chapters and my brain said too tired for this. And that is completely fair. Cord, how are you? What are you up to? What are you reading? What are you doing? 90% into my book. You are so close to the end. Can you finish it in one sprint? Normally, I would say yes, but I don't know the size of your book. So obviously, the percentage does depend on how chunky the book is, right? To-do list sprint. We love it. There are literally so adulting. It never ends. The list is already always and forever so long. Oh, yes. I remember when you like collated your lists and put them on Marketplace. So that's great that you're waiting to get some sold. Updated some spreadsheets, took a shower, and continued reading Funny Story. Someday I will read Funny Story. It's the next Emily Henry I want to read because I love Great Big Beautiful Life. Loved it. 52% into Wild Eyes. Haven't been able to read due to work and work calls. Again, adulting, getting in the way of our reading. I am absolutely a DNFer. The thing is, I'm interested enough in all of these books to finish them. Like, nothing is like giving me DNF vibes. Like, even if, YA romance is not necessarily my vibe right now, I'm still enjoying the book enough, if that makes sense. No worries. We'll see. I might do it. It just depends on how long we chat, honestly. Fun. It's nice to get rid of those, unhaul those books, make some space, recoup some of the money that you maybe, spent buying the books, we support it. 63% in. Wait a minute. Yes, I knew. Wait. Cord, did I know? Yes, I did know you were reading this. Because for a second, I'm like, wait a minute. Did I know this? Here's Kelly was reading Nocticadia earlier in the week or end of last week. So now I'm getting confused who's reading the worms. Who's reading the worms? For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about Nocticadia. And it's a dark romance. So pick it up with that in mind. Worms come out of people. Okay? Very early in the book, like chapter 1. But truly, it is my best book of the year. Right now, I do not think it can be toppled. I really, really don't. I know it's only April and I read that back in February. If anything can beat that book, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's possible. Court, I'm going to need your thoughts. Other more than still worming. Truly, I might be too. This is the thing. Here's the thing is we're all reading all the time and we're moving stuff over. And everyone's reading the same books and changing books. So it's easy to get mixed up. You know what I mean? Oh, love it. Slow burn. Love the characters taking care of women who are strong, capable, but also need care. Okay, you're making me move this up the TBR very quickly, to be honest. And I'm so glad that you do. I'm so glad that you do. I read the check triggers. Check triggers. It's a dark fantasy romance, friends. Check triggers. But nothing. If anything beats it, I will be shocked. I'll be shocked. That's what okay. Because I was like, did I know this? Because I was like, I don't think I knew that you picked this up, because I know that this was your battle cry for reading Rivalry was for the worms. But that's just because you and I are for the worms, you know? And then I was like, maybe I missed it. Maybe I missed this tidbit of information. It did not, you know what? It made me like the book more. So take that. If it's you and I, we have the same problem if that's the truth. We're both wrong in the same way, and if it's wrong, it's right. You know what I mean? Like it was great. It's gross at times, but it's great. I need to read another Carrie Lake book because that was my first one. And I'm like, I need more. And also, I just love that it's a standalone fantasy romance because that doesn't happen very often. And sometimes I don't need to be taken on a 3, 5, 10 book series. Like sometimes I don't need that. Oh, Powerless. Okay. Yes, that's what you're reading. I do recall this. That's very fair that you'd like want to be able to carry it over. Like, especially if you're not going to finish it tonight, like it makes sense. 5 I love a good easy 5-star. I love it because there's times where you just know, like there's none of this like what's my rating, what am I going to give this? You're just like, this is a 5-star. I've had 2 of those this year where I'm like, these are 5 stars, there's no question, and I knew it very early on, like very, very early in the book. Nocticadia is one of them, and Direbound was the other. I knew Direbound was going to be a 5-star, like a chapter in, maybe 2 chapters, but I knew. And then I got to the good stuff and I was like, wow, it's even more of a 5-star than I thought. And the fact that Furybound comes out next week, I cannot be more excited. I'm going to go buy it on the day it comes out. I'm going to be reading it next week. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can prevent me because I need to read it. I need to know what happens after the cliffhanger of that book because, wow, that cliffhanger will have you will have you taken several seats. And that's my week next week. all of these currently reading books, if I'm still in the middle of them next week, all of them will be pushed aside while I read Fury Bound. Nothing can keep me from it. Nothing. Everything will be like, and you all on pause while I read Fury Bound. This month, May. The anticipated releases coming out in May, we have Fury Bound. We have The King's List. We have the Ballad of what is it? Fallen Dragons? Is that what it's called? It's the When the Moon Has sequel. For some reason, the title does not want to stick in my mind. Oh, I'm so sad that they ruined it for you. Okay, here's the problem, Court. And I'm so ready, but I'm not going to be able to read it on release day because it's releasing the same dang day as Ballad of the Fallen Dragons. Is that what it's called? For some reason, the title of this book does not want to stick, but I must read the When the Moon Hatched sequel first because y'all know how much I loved that book. So I'm going to do, okay. Oh, Jamie, let me introduce you to the Never List. Let me introduce you. Jamie, do you like Why Choose? Do you like Why Choose? Because let me introduce you to the Never List. Okay? Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you. This book was a book I didn't even know was coming out. I saw it on the shelves, saw the Why Choose category on the back, saw how beautiful it was. Picked it up, read it. I have a vlog reading this. Not that long back. I can grab you the link if you're interested. I was obsessed with this book and the sequel is coming out. Oh, that's fair. Then don't pick this up. The art is stunning. It was a great book, but yes, if that's a trigger, then putting it back. Oh, good. I do have it. I do have the title right. Yeah, we totally can. I don't know when I'm going to be reading it. I would love, my goal is to get to it like as soon as possible, but I need to read the Ballad of Fallen Dragons first. We both were like, Why Choose? Pick up. Anytime. Oh my gosh, move it up here. If you love Why Choose, you will love this book. Like, trust me. And then you're going to need to report back to me with your order of your order of your list of the guys. Do you know what I mean? Well, no, and yes. There are times where everyone is a part of everyone is a part of the situations, if that makes sense. It's been also a year since I read this book, so just give me a second to fully remember every little thing, but yeah. May is stressful. May is like, could we all why are they releasing the King's List and When the Moon is on the same day? Carly Fortune has a new book coming out in May on the same freaking day as Fury Bound. Also, for those, I'm not excited for this sequel, but I know a lot of you will be excited for this sequel. Wind Weaver's sequel is coming out in May. Goodness. Please do. Please report back to me. Please do. I always support a nap sprint. I do not have time for a reread. And I just don't think I need to do a reread. I think I need to listen to a synopsis, like a quick refresh. Just because I'm sure I miss a few I've forgotten a couple of details. But that book lives rent-free in my head. So I don't think and I honestly just don't have time for the reread, but I'm so excited to read Ballad. I'm going to play Timmies and then just wing it. Timmies, wing it. That's my plan. Oh, no. Which one? Or if you can't tell me publicly, just message me because I'm interested. Yeah. We love a good poly relationship. We do. I still need to read the first book. So I feel you. I feel you. Thank you. You know me. I like to know the tea. Okay, we need to do another spin and see what I'm reading in the next sprint. So let's say goodbye to our timer. Court, we should do it together sometime. Don't know when, cannot commit to a specific time. But if you start it, let me know. And if I started, I'll let you know. You know? You know? Oh, I can give you dark romance recommendations. I don't read like I read dark romance, not the only thing I read. So like I have I but I can give you some dark romance recommendations. Definitely Carrie Lake, love Carrie Lake. If you like retellings, which I don't know if you do, one Cursed Rose and One Dark Kiss. Beauty and the Beast is the first one, Snow White is the second one. They are interconnected. Um But they're like mafia fantasy dark romances. That's kind of the vibes over here. If you don't need fantasy dark romance, might I introduce you to the Dark Oz series? That one is Why Choose as well, though. So, like, keep that in mind. Um, oh, you'll have so much time. That's so exciting. I didn't pull up the time the thing. We got talking as we do, and I didn't even pull up the I got rid of the timer and the spinner wheel did not come up. Let's spin. Let's see what I'm going to be doing. Let's see. Oh my goodness. We are reading the books that I am nowhere near the end of. There are books on here that I'm close to the end of. And today it's like nope. Nope, it's going to be the ones you're nowhere near the end of. Where am I in Brimstone? Hold on. Where the heck? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I don't even know. I do know, but I don't know. I'm on chapter 17, 33% in to Brimstone. I'm gonna need to know the name of this. Of course. Of course I am. Of course. It's amazing wit secting come flying out of my mouth because it should have, you know? But that's it. Because we're like getting these close to the 50% point, which like makes me oh yeah. Just read 400 pages of Brimstone in an hour. Of course I can. Of course. Okay, let's pull the timer back up and let's get into a sprint. I don't have a currently reading graphic for Brimstone, so I'll make that first and then I'll dive into Brimstone. Um, but I will see you all in an hour. Hello, friends. We're back. I actually finished a chapter with like a minute left on the timer. So obviously perfect place to just like stop. So I got to the end of chapter 18. So I read 2 chapters. Again, some of these chapters are a little bit longer and I got to 37%. The problem with chunky books is like the last book I was reading, I read like 10% in an hour or like 12%. This one I read like what, 3? And I'm like, I was reading. I was working on it. But those chunky books, the percentage is just like, so small every time. So tiny. Cause I don't actually see, here's the thing. I have it on Kindle. So how many pages is Brimstone? A lot of pages. Let's look, shall we? Let me scroll through the table of contents and I'll tell you the answer to that question. 661. So wait a minute, is this bigger than The Will of the Many? Oh, it might be. Oh, I said earlier The Will of the Many is the chunkiest book on my currently reading, but actually that one might have just taken it. It is. Oh my goodness. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? You would just assume. It's not though. This one is. I do think that is going to be our final sprint just because I do have a live show in just over an hour. I have my Bones watch along with my patrons in just over an hour. And by the time we have a chat, and then I need to get ready to get over there and I would like to have some dinner. So I think that's going to be our last sprint because we won't be able to do another hour-long sprint. But we're going to chat here for a while. So we're not done yet, but I just don't think we'll have time for another one before I have to run off and get to Bones. But yeah, I feel like I made progress today. It's funny because there's definitely one like had Very Secret Society of Regular Witches come up. I could have finished that. Honestly, Rings of Fate I potentially could have finished too. So like we hit all the chunky books or the books that I'm not as far through. But I feel like I made significant progress today, which is amazing. Like I'm so glad. The stack, we're getting through it. Even though we didn't finish anything, we're getting through it. Okay, let me do some scrolling up, see how everybody else did. I saw this while we were on Sprint. We had a 5-star read, friends. The ideal situation. Also, hello, Jen. Instagram would probably make the most sense. All of my details should be, like all of my socials should be in the description box of this video. 90 pages that sprint. Amazing. And you're loving your book. Yes. I didn't really tell you how I'm feeling about Brimstone. I'm fine. It's fine. It's not bad. There's times where it's actually very, very good. But then there's times where I'm like, does this really matter? And it probably does. It's such early days. I'm only like 30% in that those times will probably matter later in the book. So like, I still like, it's not going to be as good as Quicksilver. I think I can rule that out. But like, I'm not giving up on the series. You know what I'm saying? It might be very much middle book. Like I foresee this being a middle book where we're setting up everything for later. 30 pages in Disassociated. Fair. I feel like that's also what I'm going to do between this and my Bones live show, honestly. 56 pages, 50 minutes left in the audio. Caitlin, you're so close. I don't know if anybody's sprinting tonight, Caitlin, but if you want to just like come use Bones as sprints to finish your book, feel free. Got to 69%. Had dinner, chicken and a baked potato, and journaled for a bit. Got to 10% in River is Waiting. Oh no, a bit traumatized. Okay, well, at least you knew going into it that it was going to be that kind of book. I actually sometimes love those kind of books, but I need to know about it ahead of time. 62% of Dead Girls, hoping to finish it before Bones. You've got this, Jen. How big is this book? I'm saying you've got this. I have no idea how much 38% is. But you can tell me when you get to Bones and tell me if you finished it. Oh, that's fair. You can come and tell me how you thought about it. Just both of you. I'm like, just let me know. Read about half an hour, then made myself a late lunch, 17%. Oh my goodness, 533. So she's a bit chunky. She's a bit chunky. 44%. 7 day. Oh, to read that in 7 days. I don't think I could do it. Oh, well, I could if that was the only thing I was reading. I 100% could if it was the only thing. But oh, still 90 pages is amazing. I couldn't do 90 pages of a reread unless it was like middle grade or something. I don't read that fast, so I'm impressed. I'm impressed wholeheartedly. Sometimes we need to just have a sprint where we do nothing. Honestly, that's pretty much what I'm going to do in the next hour before I do my live show is do about nothing, to be really truthfully honest. Yeah, a whole book in one day, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, friends. We've hit the end. We've hit the end of the comments. We've hit the end of the sprints. I do plan, unless I finish this stack this week, which I very highly doubt. I think we can assume the whole stack is not going to be finished this week. That reading rivalry. Nope, that was last week. Reading stack rescue is not over. The reading stack is still 8 books long. It still needs to be rescued. So I will be doing more sprints for these. I just don't know when. I don't know if I have time next week, but there may be sprints the week after, for public sprints that is. But I do plan on doing more content around it. So just keep that in mind. If you haven't seen the vlogs though, it is linked in the pinned comment because the newest vlog for Reading Stack Rescue came out yesterday. Anyway, friends, I will see you all later. And if I'm seeing you later for Bones, I will see you very, very soon. And I hope you have a good weekend.